Hey, going live, so please. Got a lot to accomplish today, so we need to get at it. Okay? Okay, this is where we left off yesterday. Please stop. Let's have a word of prayer and get started today. Would help if I turn them on, huh? Okay, let's pray. Let's pray. Adrian, let's pray. Father, thank you for today. Thank you for the cooler weather that we have, and just help us today in everything that we do. In thy precious name, amen. Okay, this is where we... Come on, TVs. Good grief. Seriously, come on. How long does it take? Deals, I'm waiting for the TVs to come up.
Are they salted or not salted? Are they chipotle? Good. I like five of them. The brownie and the chips suck.
Bear with us, DLs. Why so long? Just waiting, DLs. There we are. Okay. Okay, this is where we left off yesterday. So, shh, ladies, Doug, turn around, please. Like I said, we got a lot to do today. So let's get at it, okay? Okay. So a pig-headed fool despises instruction. He pays no attention to anything, gentlemen. Ricky, please turn around. Of his parents, his teachers, his pastor, youth leaders. Okay? That reminds me, guys. Hey, real quick announcement. I'm not necessarily opposed to being used, but the reason I bought it was kind of on the... Thank you. Let me talk. Was for my personal use, okay? But if you asked me, I'd probably say that's fine, and some have. But some are just, as she just did, walked up and just started using it, okay? That's not what it's for, okay? I don't mind it being used, but I can't have 21 students using that and putting everything in there. There's just no room, okay? But I'm not saying that to be selfish. I'm just saying, please ask before you just do something. The thermometer is not for you guys' use. Okay? Okay? A little late now, but yes. Okay? Okay? I know, and I understand that. I totally understand that. But I'm just saying, please ask. The staplers and everything up here, I have no problem you just using those. Okay? But think about what you're doing. Just get permission. Ask, okay? Okay, so he pays no attention to, here we are. He pays no attention to the teachers, pastors, or youth leaders. Because, shh, hey, please. 10th grade. I can it's right now because I've asked you several times. Okay? He has no desire for that counsel. Okay? Proverbs 26:11 talks about a person or a dog who eats his own vomit. We talked about that a little bit. Yeah. Adrian, what? Right now.
Are we on the attitude of wolf?
Not yet. We're getting there. Okay? And man has, throughout history, become morally unrestrained and unwilling to learn from his mistakes. Okay? Examples, 8:15. Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, "Entreat the Lord that he may take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I will let the people go. They may do sacrifice unto the Lord." But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart, hearkened unto them, and the Lord had said. And in 9:27, Pharaoh sent and called for Moses and Aaron and said unto them, "I have sinned this time. The Lord is righteous, and I am my people are wicked." So, for not letting the Israelites go, God punished him and Egypt. Okay? 1 Kings 21:27-29, and it came to pass when Ahab heard those words that he rent and lay in the sackcloth and went. Ahab returned from his Mark 20. He was a just man. Just trying to get through some things today. But this is the story of John the Baptist getting beheaded. Okay? And when that happened, Herod realized that he did wrong by giving his permission to, what was her, I knew if I read it, but now I'm just trying to find the girl's name, or did it even say in there? The daughter of Herodias, right? Okay. The daughter of Herodias gave and his party at the time. And so to reward her, he gave her her choice of whatever. And be careful when you say that. Okay? Don't know. Okay? But he had, being a king in front of all of his people that were there, he couldn't go back on his word. She asked for, of course, her mother, it was her request more than the girls, but she asked for the head of John the Baptist on a platter. And so he had to grant that to him. So he turned from his partial repentance, okay, and did as it said. In Matthew 12:43-45, when the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through the dry places, seeking rest, and findeth none. Then he saith, I will return into my house from whence I came out. And when he is come, he findeth it empty. Then goeth he with himself 7 other spirits more wicked than himself, and they entered in and dwelt there. And the last state of that man is worse than the first. Even so shall it be also until the wicked generation. So here, many Christians clean house. Okay? They sweep thing, they get it all clean, and then they let it get dirty again. Okay? So there's no repentance. There's no coming back. So what are the attitudes of the fools? First of all, the attitude of the bullheaded is confident and cocky. The way of the fool is right in his own eyes, but he that hearkeneth unto counsel is wise. So the bullheaded fool, according to Proverbs 12:15, is confident and he's cocky because of himself. Yes, sir.
Okay, so, like, this is only actually advice. So, like, the fighter, he's, like, going in for a fight, right?
Yeah.
So then, would it be wrong for him to be, because he's, like, the champion, let's say he's, like, champion. If you're going against a fight, it's, like, a low person, like, hasn't really had that many fights. Would it be wrong for him to be cocky or confident that he's going to win?
He's confident. Cocky puts it on the wrong side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So would it be wrong for him to be confident?
No. Because he's confident in his ability to accomplish the task. But if you tie the two together, that's when the confidence part comes wrong. So the bullheaded fool is strong-willed, thinking that whatever he does is right. Okay? He thinks he doesn't need guidance or advice and will certainly not ask for it. So he just goes on his own stubbornness, just as the people in Judges 2:19. And it came to pass when the judge was dead that they returned and corrupted themselves more than their fathers, in following other gods to serve them and to bow down unto them. They ceased not from their own doings, nor from their stubborn ways. Proverbs 1:32. For the turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. So here we got complacent. Get complacent in their doings. Sin, the easier it is to sin. And the more you lie, the easier it is to lie. Okay? And so the more things you do, more that the bullheaded person does, the easier it is for them just to do it because of their complicity. Proverbs 14:16. A wise man feareth and departeth from evil, but the fool rageth and is confident. So here, because of their cockiness and their overconfidence, confident in themselves, not giving God. And here's the idea, Ricky, of that. They're confident in themselves to the point that they're doing it, that God's not giving them that ability. Okay? So that's where confidence goes wrong. Okay? Okay. Proverbs 28:26. He that trusteth in his own heart is a fool, but whosoever walketh wisely, he shall be delivered. Trust in his own heart. See, it's all self-centeredness. Okay? Heart. Oops. Everybody got that? Okay. The pig-headed fool is destroyed by his own prosperity. Excuse me. His money, fame, job, popularity, or condition of having made it make him feel fat, happy, secure. He says, who cares about God? In Jeremiah 17:9, it says, the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? So the pig-headed fool feelings. Okay? So, from the mouth of fools. The bullheaded fool. The man perverteth his ways, and his heart fretteth against the Lord. His failures. Proverbs 19:3, blaming God. It's got to be somebody else's fault. Can't be mine. Okay. Okay. Proverbs 23. It is an honor for a man to cease from strife, but every fool will be meddling. He quarrels and argues about things. In Proverbs 20, verse 3, it says, contrasts the difference response. Wise man knows that arguing is foolish. The fool enjoys the arguing. Okay? So, you watch people. And if they like to argue, they're putting themselves into this category. Okay? The bull-headed fool's word on others has a short temper. Else's fault. Everybody does wrong all the time and gets away with it. But if I do one thing wrong, everybody's on my case for it. Okay? And I think you've heard that sometimes from people. Ricky?
So like, when it says fool, he's like, they like to fool and argue. What if it's like civilized argument, not like each person's yelling at each other? What if it's like civilized argument?
That's fine. But if you're arguing just because you didn't get your way, okay, or you just think that something's wrong without looking at the facts, then that's where it goes wrong. Okay? And arguing, and you said debate, okay? Arguing and debating are two different things. Okay? Look at the Supreme, or not Supreme Court, but the Senate and the House of Representatives. Okay? Prime example of fools and bullheaded fools and pig-headed fools. Yeah. Okay, Proverbs 10:18. He that hideth hatred with lying lips, and he that uttereth a slander is a fool. So, he spreads slander. Two ways to lie. By hating someone while pretending to like him. By slanting or twisting what someone did to make it seem wrong. Okay? Slander is telling a half-truth. Twisting the truth or not telling all the truth so that a wrong impression is given. Okay? So the piggish fool pretends to love those he hates, tell lies about them, in fact, don't help his case. Okay? Spreading slander. Proverbs 15:2 and 4. The tongue of the wise useth the mouth of fools. Bible now. Okay. Now, please. Thank you. Okay. Perverseness therein is a breach in the spirit. So here, spouts folly. The piggish fool is discovered by the talk.
There has been a report of an emergency. Proceed calmly to the nearest exit and leave the building immediately. Do not use the elevators. Use stairwells where necessary. All handicapped occupants shall use the building evacuation plan. Attention, please. There has been a report of an emergency. Proceed calmly to the nearest exit and leave the building immediately. elevators. Use stairwells where necessary. All handicapped occupants shall use the building evacuation plan.
frustrating. Okay, guys, to your seats real quick, please. Okay, hey, listen up. Listen up, please. You guys did a pretty good job. Appreciate it. Hey, you're not listening. You're not listening. You guys did a pretty good job. Got a little noisy out there, just a little bit too at times. But overall, you were paying attention, listening to instructions. I appreciated that. And DLs, I don't know if you, I forgot I was going to tell you, but I don't know if you're even there. Shh, hey. Okay, we just had a fire drill, so that's why everybody disappeared. So we're all safe. Don't worry about it. There was no fire. It was a fire drill. So class is over. So sorry about that confusion, okay? Catch you tomorrow. Hey, you got a verse quiz tomorrow? Proverbs 6, 20, and 21. Also, we need to finish our notes, so, okay? Okay. You are dismissed.
Steps to writing good descriptions, okay? Guys, listen. All right. Before we get into it, if you guys look over on page number 61, there's exercise A, describing scenes. Exercise C, using general terms, describing a type of person that you have observed, such as a leader, the loner, the football fanatic, okay? Different, exercise A and C, different kinds of descriptions, okay? There's exercise E on page 62. Write one paragraph describing someone that you have been able to observe, okay? And then exercise G on page 62. Okay, describe the actions of someone engaged in an activity such as the following, or like riding a horse, training for a sport, shopping for bargains, different things like that, okay? So I'm not going to make you do every single one of those, but I do want you to pick one paragraph, okay? Someone that you need to observe, someone that you look up to as a leader, someone that has influenced you in some way, or training for a sport, riding a horse, playing sports, different things like that. So on page 61 or 62, okay, exercise A, C, E, or G, okay, pick one of those, okay, to turn in for a paragraph. And I'll tell you when that's due. We'll be doing that over the course of the next week, okay? I'll tell you when that's due. But then exercise A, C, E, or G on pages 61 or 62. Okay, those are writing good descriptions, all right? That will be due. Let's see. Let's make it next Friday, okay? Friday the 30th, all right? You have 1 week to write a good description, okay? Good description means I don't want just to say, okay, if I'm describing Avery, I don't want you to say she has brown hair, she has brown eyes. Like, I don't want that.
Can it be somebody real?
It doesn't have to be somebody real. It could be someone from a movie, okay, a character, good description, okay? But that means, listen, okay, that means that you have to use what you've used in your paragraphs before. Unity, coherence, okay? Everything needs to make sense. And then if it helps you with the writing process, make a list of ideas. If you guys look in the exercises, it says make a list of ideas. Then you can cross out the ones that you want to use, and then keep, that you don't want to use, keep the ones that you do want to use, and make sure you arrange those in order, okay?
When it says the action one, can it be like any kind of action?
No, because you have a suspicious face on right now.
Why isn't that so easy? Is it riding a horse, training for sports?
Okay, it can be a specific kind of action, but like I said, make it good and then make it appropriate. I'll just say that, okay? Appropriate for school that I'm going to be reading, okay? Make sure it's good. All right, let's look on page number 60. Page 60, okay? Steps to writing good descriptions. All right, page number 60. Okay, good writers use description as a basic element in all forms of writing, whether it be narration, explanation, or an argument. So in this unit, you will learn to describe people, places, and things. To describe well, you cannot merely tell your readers what you have seen, heard, or felt. So that's kind of like this, she had this, or this happened. That's kind of like just merely telling. Adrian, please stop talking, okay? And then you can't merely tell them, you must make the reader see, hear, or feel what you have experienced. So this means writing good descriptions, painting a mental picture, using great vocabulary. Don't just say he ran. You can say he sprinted, just to kind of make things more alive for the reader, okay? Number 1, determine your point of view, okay? So there are 2 points of views. There's the physical point of view and then the mental point of view. So the physical point of view is the position from which you observe your subject. So if you're standing on the field and you're observing a team, or you're standing, what does it say, from a cliff, a pier, a window, different things like that. That is your physical point of view. The mental point of view is your attitude towards the subject. So if you like or dislike it, boredom or interest, gloom or cheer, beauty or ugliness, different things like that, all of the mental points or the mental aspects of your description. Okay, Gabby, please face forward. Number 2, carefully select the details, okay? Include only those details that can be observed from your point of view. Include only those details that contribute to your mental point of view, that one impression you wish to convey. And then C, select details that appeal to the senses, sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell. So like I said, use vivid aspects when you're describing a good, if you're writing a good description, okay? One of the things that you need to kind of recognize or just kind of keep in mind when you're writing, it says include only those details that can be observed from your point of view. Okay, that's kind of like your opinion. You can't say this person said this about this person. You're not taking other people's opinions. It's solely from your point of view, okay? Whether it's your physical point of view or your mental point of view, okay? Number 3, arrange the details. We kind of already did this a little bit in our paragraphs. Yes, Amethyst?
Okay. Question.
Yes.
Obviously, it's a question. Sorry. Exercise E and exercise C are kind of the same. One's just describing like characters, sort of, but it's also describing how they are.
Right, so you're choosing one.
I don't know. Could you do a combination?
As long as coherent, there's unity, different things like that, okay? All right, so number 3, arrange the details. Arrange the details in the natural order that you see them or in some order that your reader can easily follow. So if you are describing someone, you want to describe them in an order that is easy to follow, guys, or that it's the natural way to describe them. So when you're describing them, you could probably start with their appearance, or then you can start with their, or then end with their actions, different things like that. Start where it's easily readable, and then some things that make sense. That's what you want to start with. Okay, side to side, bottom to top, near to far. These are space order, so you want to arrange your details in space order. Okay, more prominent to less prominent. Important details to not important details, or not important details as an introductory to important details, different things like that, okay? You may change your point of view, okay, that's fine, but you must warn your reader that you are changing your point of view. So if you're starting off with a physical point of view, then you can move to a mental point of view to describe your interest towards it or your attitude towards it, but make sure that you mention that before you change your point of view, okay? And then number 4, use exact nouns and verbs instead of many adjectives and adverbs. So the overuse of adjectives and adverbs typifies amateur description. Look for nouns and verbs that include within themselves the same meaning as a noun with the adjective modifiers or verb with adverb modifiers. Instead of writing, the big airplane fell straight into the water, write, the Boeing 747 plunged into the ocean, okay? Does that make sense when I said use vivid details, use of vocabulary? Instead of saying run, say sprint. Instead of saying walk, you can say meander. I don't know, but just different words that will include or portray what you mean, okay? That is writing good descriptions, okay? So that is due next Friday, either exercise A, C, E, or G. And make sure you indicate that at the top of the page on which good description that you choose, okay? So that is writing good descriptions, all right? Go ahead and turn to page 63. Okay, we will go more into writing good descriptions tomorrow, but let's turn to page 63. Okay, this is a new unit, Unit 9. All right, recognizing the kinds of sentences. Hopefully this is a lot easier than manuscript form, capitalization rules, different things like that, okay? All right, there are 4 kinds of sentences classified according to their purpose. Number 1, a declarative sentence makes a what, class? Okay, a little louder. Good. A declarative sentence makes a statement. It ends with a period. Good. Declarative sentences make a statement ending with a period. Okay. An imperative sentence gives what? Or request. Okay. Make sure you guys are following along. Guys in the back. Okay. exactly, it's not a request of asking them to do something, it's more of telling them to do something in a nice way. Okay? Telling them to do in a nice way. Like if I were to say stop talking, it's kind of like telling you, but if it's saying, that's kind of requesting you guys, but actually I'm really telling you guys to do that. But making a request is also considered an imperative statement, okay? So an imperative statement gives a command, makes a request, it ends with a period or an exclamation point. So depending on how adamant you are in making the command or giving the command, you would use an exclamation point if I'm really adamant about telling you something. However, if it's just a simple request, that's when I would use a period, okay? Number 3, an interrogative sentence asks a class question. Interrogative sentences asks a question. So a lot of you guys aren't answering, so if you don't know these, then make sure you're underlining them and knowing the differences. Austin, please sit up, okay? Make sure you know the differences between these kinds of sentences, okay? An interrogative sentence asks a question and it ends with a question mark. That's kind of self-explanatory, okay? And then lastly, an exclamatory sentence shows sudden or strong feeling, okay? It ends with an exclamation point, okay? That is an exclamatory sentence. You're exclaiming something, definitely ends with an exclamation point, all right? Let's do exercise A, okay? In the blank before each number, identify the kind of sentences. Make sure you spell the words correctly. Place the appropriate punctuation at the end of a sentence, okay? Let's do this together. Number 1, a good name is rather to be chosen than great riches. Class, good. Okay. It is a declarative sentence, and what do declarative sentences end with? A period. Good. So declarative in the blank, period on the end. Okay? Number 2, how beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace and bring glad tidings of good things. Class? Good. It is exclaiming, how beautiful. What would that end in? Good. An exclamation point. All right. Let's do number 3 individually. Adrian, make no friends with an angry man. What kind of sentence is that? Good. What goes at the end? Good. A period. So when I would choose or use an exclamation point at the end of an imperative sentence, like I was saying before, is if I'm really adamant about telling you something, or like if you guys are running and you're about to get hit by a car, I would say stop. Like that's when you would use an exclamation point. However, if I'm saying stop talking, like just casually, okay, that's when I would use an exclamation point. If I'm saying stop talking is when I would use a period. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Number 4, he that covereth sins shall not prosper. Jesse, what kind of sentence is that? Good. What goes at the end? A period. Good. Number 4 is declarative. A period goes on the end. Number 5, let not thine heart envy so much as to love. Good. It is imperative. Good. Period. Because it's not saying, let not thine heart envy sinners. It's not very adamant. Okay. It's just a request. Avery, number 6. Can God furnish a table in the wilderness? Interrogative. Good. What goes on the end? Question mark. Guys, please stop talking. Thank you. Okay. Number 6 is an interrogative sentence, ends with a question mark. Isaac, number 7. Wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging, and whosoever is deceived will good. What goes on the end? Period. Declarative. Period. Number 7. Okay. Number 8. Jaden. Whoso keepeth his mouth and his tongue keepeth his soul from troubles. Okay. What goes on the end? Period. Sophia, number 9. What shall I render unto the Lord for all his benefits towards me? Good. What goes on the end? Question mark. Good. Interrogative and a question mark. Number 10. Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes. for homework, you need to start, pardon me? Number 3? 10. Okay, you tell me. Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes. Is that making a statement? Is that giving a command? Is that asking a question? Or is that showing a sudden or strong feeling? Okay? Why don't you do number 10 for homework and find that out, okay? And then you can tell me tomorrow. All right? So tonight for homework is to start pages 61 and 62, whatever exercise that you want. Tonight you can just make a list of or think about who you want to write about. Make a list, okay? That is page 61 and 62, okay? So that's for grammar. Go ahead and take out your literature books. Quickly, literature books. Okay, turn to the Earl King and the Listeners. Okay, the Earl King and the Listeners on page 68 and 69. Okay, so obviously we've been in suspense and mystery. Okay, so yesterday we talked about the skater of Ghost Lake. What happened to the skaters on Ghost Lake? What happened? Good. How did they die?
They died in a really hot way. Wink, wink.
Dying, Mrs. Coral, dying to Al's is like dying because you tripped and broke your neck on a toilet. Oh, they fell through the ice.
All right, so all right, class, settle down. So yesterday we saw that, actually, give me the names of the two skaters. Who were the names of the two skaters in the Skater of Ghost Lake? Do you remember, Isaac?
I remember.
Adrian?
Jennifer and Rebecca.
Not Jennifer and Rebecca.
I reckon they were a gay couple, is that what you're saying?
Guys, listen, all right? It's Jeremy and Cicely, okay? Jeremy and Cicely were the couple. Remember, they were skating hand in hand. They were on a romantic moonlight skate. So cute. And then they actually ended up falling in the lake, okay? That's the Skater of Ghost Lake. Let's talk about an uncomfortable bed, okay? Who can tell me what happened, or give me a short summary in your own words, what happened in the story of an uncomfortable bed? Gabby?
This guy goes to see his friends, so his friends like play a lot of pranks on him.
Uh-huh.
So he's kind of like suspicious about everything they do. Like he's like saying they're laughing too much, and when they walk into bed, so he takes all these precautions to try to stop them from doing the prank.
Uh-huh.
He's talking,
So what is the main precaution that he takes?
and because he does that, he moves the bed.
Good. He moves the mattress onto the floor. Thank you, Gabby. So after he moves the mattress onto the floor, he sleeps. What happens in the morning, Ricky?
He is woken up by like his depression, bringing him food.
Good, guys. Please stop talking. Okay, but please stop talking.
So the person spilled all like the food he was on. Waking up.
Okay, it was his waiter. Okay, he was going to give him breakfast. He runs out into the hall. He's wondering who played a prank on him, but then he ended up causing the prank on himself. That is the uncomfortable bed. Okay, let's turn to the Earl King. This one? Sorry? Well, he was on the floor. That's kind of why it's called an uncomfortable bed. All right, guys, let's turn to the Earl King, okay?
Hey, why does Flanagan versus the Ants have an author?
It does have an author. But let's talk about the Earl King, okay? The Earl King, guys, Doug, Gabby, Amethyst, guys, please be quiet, okay? The Earl King, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. I don't know how to say Goethe, but it doesn't sound like Goethe. But we'll just say Goethe, because that's how we pronounce it. But the Earl King was written by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Make sure you know that. Gabby, please turn around. Okay. Make sure you know Johann. Okay. He wrote the Earl King. If you guys look and see the rhyme scheme within this poem, okay, rhyme scheme is basically the use of end rhyme characterized by letters. So if you guys look at the end rhyme, it is night, tight, fold, cold. Okay, so the first two would be characterized with the letter A. Then the second two lines would be B and B. So the rhyme scheme would be A, A, B, B throughout this entire work. Okay. This poem was characterized because it reads lightly and easily. However, guys, stop talking. Seriously, stop. Okay? This poem is an easy read because it kind of flows. However, it's in contrast with its kind of gruesome meaning. Okay, if you guys read this, you would have seen what happened in the story. Okay, so it's this Earl King. He is basically a Germanic king of the dwarfs, known for luring children to their deaths. Okay, the Earl King, while there is a father and a child, they're riding late at night. The father has his child wrapped up on his saddle. He's riding with him, but the Earl King, it's the king of the dwarves, he's actually calling out to the child. You guys see in the third stanza, he says, "Come hither, thou darling, come go with me. Find games know I, that I'll play with thee. Flowers many and bright do my kingdom hold. My mother has a robe of gold." So he's basically enticing this little kid. That's kind of creepy. He's a pedophile, but he's enticing this kid to come with him, okay? So after that happens, he says, "Oh, father, dear father, and dost thou not hear what the Earl King whispers so low in mine ear?" Yes, Ricky? Oh my goodness, okay? So he says, "Oh, father, dear father, and dost thou not hear what the Earl King whispers so low in my ear?" And then what does the father say to him, guys? This is about the 5th time now. I should have only had to tell you once, okay? The father says, "Calm, calm thee, my boy. It is only the breeze as it rustles the withered leaves under the trees." So the father's like, you're making this up. He's like, just calm down. It's nothing, okay? This actually happens twice, all right? The Earl King is luring the boy, but the boy tries to bring it to his father, but the father's like, "Don't worry, calm down," okay? It says, "Oh, father, dear father, and dost thou not mark the Earl King's daughters move by in the dark?" And he says, "I see it, my child, but it is not they. 'Tis the old willow nodding its head so gray." And then it says, "I love thee, thy beauty, it charms me so." This is the Earl King talking to the son. "I love thee, thy beauty, it charms me so, and I'll take thee by force if thou will not go." He's like, "Well, since you're not coming with me, okay, I'm going to take you anyway." So then he says, "Oh, father, dear father, he's grasping me. My heart is as cold as it can be." But then the father rides swiftly. With terror he gasps. The sobbing child in his arm he claps. He reaches the castle with the spurring and dread, but alack, in his arms the child lay dead. So he ends up dying, okay? It says, known for luring children to their deaths. Okay, so that is the Earl King. All right, make sure you guys know the plot of the Earl King, but this kind of has a significance of, listen. Okay, this kind of has a significance of sometimes children, they do have an intuition that maybe grown adults can't see. Obviously, adults and maybe older kids that are mature, they kind of have more reasonable minds. They have, logic to help them throughout life. But sometimes children with innocent eyes can see things differently than we do. And that's kind of what happened in this story. The father was like, "It's okay, it's nothing," different things like that. There's no way that it can be whatever you say. But then it actually ended up being the Earl King, and then his child ended up dying, okay? Let's look at the listeners, all right? In the listeners, it was written by Walter de la Mare, okay? The mystery of this work is created by the darkness of night, okay? We see that in the first few lines. It's created by the utter stillness of everything and the presence of spirits within the house, okay? So this man, he rides up to a house, he's knocking on the door, he's saying that he has an appointment with someone that's probably lived in that house before, okay? But nobody is answering him. He says, "Is anybody there?" said the traveler, knocking on the moonlit door, and his horse in the silent champed the grasses of the forest ferny floor. So it's kind of ironic how this poem is about the stillness and the silence of night, but the writer, Walter de la Mare, he actually uses a lot of sounds to hurry up the action or further along the action within this story. If you guys look, okay, at your question at the bottom, it says, what sounds are mentioned in this poem? If you guys see in line number 3, His horse in the silence champed the grass. If you guys look at line number 7, he smote upon the door again a second time. Okay, so it's actually silent, the listeners, but there's the horse chomping. He smote on the door. He's knocking. No one descended to the traveler. No head from the leaf-fringed sill leaned over and looked into his gray eyes, where he stood perplexed and still. If you guys look down at lines number 17, stood thronging the faint moonbeams on the dark stair. Okay, obviously thronging is not exactly a sound in here, but it is a word that sounds like a sound. Okay, that goes down to the empty hall, hearkening in an air stirred and shaken by the lonely traveler's call. So he's just by himself. It's the stillness, utter stillness of everything. Okay, look at line number 21. And he felt in his heart their strangeness, their stillness answering his cry, while his horse moved, cropping the dark turf neath the starred and leafy sky. For he suddenly smote on the door, even louder, and lifted his head. Tell them I came, and no one answered that I kept my word, he said. So he's basically saying, tell them I came. He's telling whoever's in the house. He has an appointment. We don't know. That's kind of the mystery of this work. That's the suspense of this work. We don't know why he's at this house, but the eerie silence of everything kind of makes, kind of furthers along the mystery, okay? And then the last few stanzas, line number 30, though every word he spake fell echoing through the shadowiness of the still house, from the one man left awake, they heard his foot upon the stirrup and the sound of iron on stone, and how the silence purged softly backward when the plunging hoofs were gone. So it's saying how their spirits, they were listening to him right away, but no one really answered his knocks. And that is the suspense and the mystery of the poem, The Listeners. Okay, turn to the page to 71. We're going to go through this really quickly. We have a few more minutes left. All right. You should have been reading over Lanigan versus the ants. Okay, and yesterday I kind of told you some things to watch for. Okay, who can tell me where Lanigan's plantation was? Okay, if you guys look in 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, paragraph number 4, it tells you, what does it say? The what official? Good, Brazilian official. So this is the setting. Lanigan has a plantation in Brazil. Okay, so this Brazilian official, he comes knocking on Lanigan's door. He's saying, the Brazilian official threw up lean and lanky arms and clawed the air with wildly distended fingers. Lanigan, he shouted, you're insane. They're not creatures you can fight. They're an elemental, an act of God. Look at this, 10 miles long, 2 miles wide. Ants, nothing but ants. Okay, that's kind of disgusting. I hate ants. Our house has kind of been not infested, but we've seen a few stragglers in our house. Okay, I hate ants. There's something that you can't really get rid of. But in this story, Lanigan, he was trying to save his plantation in Brazil from these ants. These ants were 10 miles long, 2 miles wide. Not the specific ants, they weren't as big as 10 miles, but the army of ants was 10 miles wide, 10 miles long, 2 miles wide, and they were eating up everything in this valley, okay? They were eating up different people's plantations. Actually, though, not just their plantations. If we read in page 73, okay, on page 73, there's a bunch of descriptions that it gives you about these ants, okay? In the left-hand side, the author calls these ants darkening hem, a giant sickle, okay? If you guys know what a sickle is, it's what people use to thresh wheat, or a reaper, okay? It calls the ants a giant sickle because they destroy everything in their paths, including wheat or crops, okay? He calls it a moving shadow. He calls them sons of hell. He calls them awe-inspiring throng. They had voracious jaws and hostile army, okay? If you guys look at the top of page 73, it kind of goes into description of how big those ants were, okay? The second paragraph, it says, during this outflanking movement by the wings, the army on the center and the southern front remained still. The besieged were therefore able to contemplate at their leisure the thumb-long, reddish-black, long-legged insects. So these ants were the sizes of a thumb. Okay, those are pretty big. That's huge. Okay, some guys have bigger thumbs, obviously, than the girls, but these ants were the size of a thumb, and they had razor-edged mandibles. They had razor-sharp jaws of this host of infinity, okay? So these ants were eating up everything in Brazil. Turn back to page number 71, okay? This Brazilian official, he's telling them, Lanigan, you're insane. They're not creatures you can fight. They're an elemental, an act of God, 10 miles long, 2 miles wide, nothing but ants. And he's basically warning them. He said, get away, leave while you can. And then if you guys look, it even looks that they eat just more than crops and plantations, he says, and every single one of them a fiend from hell. Before you can spit 3 times, okay, that is kind of a key phrase. He says, before you can spit 3 times, they'll eat a full-grown buffalo to the bones. I tell you, if you don't clear out at once, there'll be nothing left of you but a skeleton picked as clean as your own plantation. And then he goes, act of God, my eye. Anyway, I'm not an old woman. I'm not going to run for it just because an elemental's on the way. And don't think that I'm afraid of the fathead who tries to fend off lightning with his fist either. I use my intelligence, old man. With me, the brain isn't a second blind gut. I know what it's there for. So this man, he relies on logic and brain. Okay, if you guys look across to the paragraph, what is his motto? He says the human brain needs only to become fully aware of its powers to conquer even the elements. So this man, he says, the human brain, it's capable of anything, and I only need it to conquer the elements. So he's saying I can use my brain to outsmart these ants. So that's his motto. Make sure you know that. Okay, that'll be on your quiz. His motto is the human brain, okay? And as you're reading tonight, finishing off the story, okay, if you haven't already, you need to know the first barrier, okay? He built a water ditch around his plantation, and the story is kind of basically going into detail of flooding the ants, but then the ants getting across, and then the second time he fights them off, he lights them with petrol. Okay, 3 times he lets them with patrol, but still they were very insistent. But then make sure you guys figure out what actually happens and how he does get rid of the ants. That is on page number 79, okay? Page 79, start reading at the top of the page on the right-hand side. Okay, that tells you what he ended up doing, how he ended up fighting off the ants and winning. But throughout the story, it's kind of crazy to see how they're so persistent. They build barriers, okay? They even use leaves as a raft, okay, to cross the river that they had. Okay, so these ants, they were very inventive, okay, or innovative. But then on page 76, you can even see how Lanigan, he saw like a skeleton of like a creature that they had taken over, that they had eaten. So he noticed on page 76, okay, at the top of the page on 76, on the right-hand side, it says, when the creature reached the far bank of the ditch and collapsed opposite of Lanigan, he recognized it as a pompous stag covered over with ants. It had strayed near the zone of the army, which is the army of the ants. As usual, they had attacked its eyes first. So that's kind of like a little description that he noticed, okay? And he used that description that he noticed to kind of fight off these ants when he was going to get rid of them once and for all. So that is for you to find out tonight, and then we will have our reading quiz over that. We'll review a little bit before tomorrow, not a whole lot. You should know the story and the plot, okay? So like I said, read at the top of the page 79 on the right-hand side. He says, Lanigan flogged his brain till it reeled. Was there nothing on earth could sweep this devil's spawn back into hell from which it came? Then out of the inferno of his bewilderment rose a terrifying inspiration. Okay, so that's where he thought of the idea on how to get rid of the ants. Okay, does anybody have any questions? Okay, so tonight for homework, do page 61 and 62, start those descriptions. Okay, tonight for homework for literature, review Lanigan and the Ants. Please do that for your quiz tomorrow, your reading quiz. All right, and then for vocab and poetry, pull those out really quickly. We have a few minutes. Vocab and poetry, turn to page number 21, okay? Page 21, we are studying list 3B now. All right, list 3B. Tonight for homework, okay, you want to write your roots, your prefixes, and your suffixes on page 25 2 times. All right, but 3B, it's still illustrating rule, one of our rules on page number 4. It's illustrating rule number 1, okay? So your rule on page number 4 is I before E except after C, or when sounded like A as in neighbor or way. So when you're reading through brigadier, chandelier, Dane, okay, and the words Dane has the words or the sound A as in neighbor or way, we know that the E comes before I, and same thing like that. If there's a C before the I and the E, if you guys look on page number 19, or not page number 19, number 19, okay, that is an exception to the rule. There is a C there, but then the I is before the E. Okay, that's the exception to the rule. The exception to the rule is number 9, neither. Okay, usually an I would come before E, but there's no C, except after C, there's no C, but the E still comes before the I. Number 7, forfeit. That's an exception to the rule. And then number 6, financier. Okay, make sure you guys study those. But tonight for homework, make sure you're writing this down. Austin, make sure you're writing this down. Page 25, write your prefixes, your roots, and your suffixes 2 times. Okay, and then we'll be collecting that tomorrow. Amethyst, you have a question? Oh, gotcha. 2 times. All right, does anybody have any questions? Tomorrow. Okay. If there are no questions, you guys are dismissed.
Yeah, where's Adam?
So apparently he hurt his back really bad and he can't move, so he's not coming to school. But I saw him on my run this morning and he's perfectly fine.
He's just not feeling. He'll probably be back tomorrow. Ooh. Hello, hello. There we go. What's going on?
The TVs are having.
Hello, hello.
It only happens when you come into class.
Is that one on?
Why picking up the wiener?
It only happens.
Hello? Hello? Maybe? Maybe?
Testing.
Testing. Disc. I haven't had any problems. Hannah was having problems yesterday. There we go. I think we're good. It might just be that USB port. All right, here we go. Greek mythology. Just don't want any distractions, you know. I know Isaac can be very distracting. So, okay, we talked about the Greek gods, and then last thing we mentioned, we're gonna go over some slides that helps with us. But last thing we mentioned, heard from other gods, and this is important. It was from a poetic genius. Okay, that's why they deferred. Okay, we also mentioned this, but again, we're gonna go through the slides so you have it. We also talked about heroes, how they're glorified humans with unusual abilities and tremendous bravery. They deferred. Typo, it's supposed to be from the gods, only in being mortal and less powerful. Okay, so the idea of them, they were personified, an idea of they were the similar, okay, but obviously they were way different in power and mortality.
Which Greek hero is that supposed to be?
It's just a picture of like a guy that looked like a Greek hero. It's not like anything specific.
Kind of like Kato from Hunger Games with his head shaved.
A little bit.
Am I right?
All right, keep on going. Okay, we also, a specific hero we see written in these and known is the hero of Achilles. Okay, this is an invincible Greek warrior in the Trojan War. He died, again, we mentioned this yesterday, when a poisonous arrow or a poison arrow went through his only vulnerable spot, which was his back of the heel, the Achilles tendon.
Was it technically invincible if he died?
It's true. It's true.
But
It's
I mean,
true.
It's almost like impossible shot to be.
It is true. Shh. Please don't ruin the notes. All right, with this, okay, we're going to see how the Greek religion is going to come to a fail or fail points. But Greek religion failed to provide standards of morality and incentives for just living, a situation that eventually led to the fall of Greece for a time. Okay, and we see the Greeks did not seem to greatly be concerned about life after death. Okay, they believed that after death, most men went to Hades, okay, which is obviously god of the underworld, a dismissal or dismal land of shadows, or kind of something similar to our hell. I know. Shh. Heroes and few other men went to this Elysian fields, a land of bliss, okay, or something that's supposed to be similar to heaven. Obviously not the same. It's fake. Okay, heaven, hell is not fake, but these places are fake. But that's what they're referenced to. Most Greeks believed that the best life for a Greek to live was one devoted to the best interest of his city-state. That we're about to get into what that is. The inadequacy of the Greek religion for both this life and the next is summarized by American scholar Russell Kirk. And he says this: how far, indeed, did the Olympian or Homeric deities of the Acropolis, which are those gods to whom magnificent temples were dedicated to every Greek city, how did they offer true freedom of spirit of the Greek citizen? Those temples and gods' images that stood within were symbols of civic pride, and often of the civic arrogance. These were official gods, but they did not speak to private conscience or nourish the human longing for immortality, or clearly declare a norm for what men and women ought to be. Okay, Greek religion failed to provide standards of morality, again, and incentives for just living, as the note says, a situation that eventually led to the fall of Greece. All right, but this is the lead to a rise of something different in Greece. Lead to the rise of things we know as, and about to learn as, of the city or city-states of Greece. Okay, what was a city known as in Greece? It is a polis or polis. Okay, which is a city. This is somewhere I want to go one day, definitely.
With your wife?
Sure, yeah.
He said sure.
I mean, I thought it was just understood. Like, if I go, she goes.
Why'd you hesitate?
Yeah,
why did you hesitate?
Let's play basketball at Mount Olympus.
I already answered that. I hesitate because it's like, isn't it like understood? Yeah. Like, you think I'm just gonna go by myself?
It sounds depressing.
No, I would never, quick thought, I would never go anywhere by myself because I'm a homebody. I just like sitting at home. Okay, so I have to go somewhere with my wife because she makes me do things. Like Disneyland, I hate Disneyland sometimes. I love it, but I hate it because I hate waiting in lines. I hate people. You know what I'm saying? But here I'm cheap. But I'm cheap in that kind of stuff. I don't want to get a fast pass and pay for it. But all right, but back to it. We have a polis or polis. This is a city. Also, okay, within these polises, we're going to see a typical polis surrounded a hilltop fortress called an Acropolis, which was a hilltop fortress of the city. Okay, what's inside these cities? Okay, so we have this fortress inside the city. What's other things that are inside cities that were known or common in these early Greek civilizations? Places. Hey, stop ruining my notes.
But you're asking questions. Mount Everest.
You're right. I'm sorry you're so smart. Okay, we have an agora, which is a marketplace or an important place of commerce, trade, conversation, and debate. Okay, so remember these are city-states. They're kind of like smaller cities. They weren't like large cities that we know today or places have today. They were not quite to their large empire times. Okay, this is early Greece still, early Greeks. All right, so with this, okay, this was maybe like their meeting place, their outdoor meeting place where they would converse, where they would trade. So say one person's a farmer, one person is someone that makes clothes, so maybe a tanner or something, right? Leather. They would all come to this place and they would trade, communicate, maybe see, hey Austin, you're the farmer, I'm a businessman, because that's what I am, all right, or an athlete. Okay, something. All right, we come and say, hey Austin, how you doing? We're talking, we're saying, we're doing well. Hey, I need some produce. Okay, that's kind of how it would work, and this would all happen at this agora. All right, also another common thing in these early Greek times were gymnasiums. Obviously, they're not gymnasiums as we have today. But a gymnasium is a place of physical training and games of skill. Okay, their games of skill were a little bit different back then than they are today. Okay, some of them are still common. Okay, javelin throw would probably be something similar. Things throwing of large weights, fighting, obviously a more aggressive form of fencing, more freestyle form of it. Okay, but this gymnasium, basically you go to show your physical abilities. I'm the fastest, I'm the strongest, I'm the best fighter. Okay, all these kind of things. Rather than like, hey, I can dance the best, or hey, I can play basketball the best. It wasn't sports like that. Shh. Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you have a. No, it wasn't Footloose. It was no Footloose. All right. Also, another thing that's very famous, again, these city-states, okay, it's like a community of people. So there has to be things for people to do. So we also have an amphitheater, which were outdoor theaters. It'd be cool if we had some of these even, we do still have some, but if they're more common today, I think that'd still be cool. We have drive-ins.
Drive-ins are something like that. Drive-ins are lit.
Don't remember asking there, Rick. All right, but with this, okay, so these are the rise of city-states. So we see like the buildings and how these city-states were built, but who filled these areas? Who occupied them? Each polis with its surrounding countryside formed a city-state, a sovereign political entity. Eventually, some 150 city-states dotted Greece all throughout the land. Okay, while these city-states had no political unity at the time, okay, they're all kind of their own individual communities and city-states, areas, all right? There were no, like, hey, we're the Greeks, or there's no Athens or Sparta yet. They're all just kind of separate. We see there is no political unity among them. Certain factors such as common language gave the Greeks a sense of cultural unity. That's the only thing that really brought them together, that they could all kind of speak the same. Okay, in time, we're going to see most Greeks came to believe in the gods of Homer's epics, so the Greek gods, giving the people another common religion. Okay, so we're seeing common language, common religion. We're seeing the beginning of everyone starting to come together, and this is going to be the start of this area and soon empire of the Greeks. Okay, with this also we see the Greeks began to distinguish themselves from other people. Okay, so hey, me and Doug speak the same language, but everyone else on this side of the room doesn't. Okay, so just imagine. Obviously, it's not. Shh. Or side of the room. Sorry, you're part of this group now. Okay. We speak one language, and everyone else speaks a different language. So we're the barbarians. Better. We're better. Okay, so a long time ago now, Olympic Games. Greek calendar. The period between the Olympics was called Go look it up. All right, here we go. Okay, so the time period between we're seeing these people are adopting Homer's Greek mythology gods, so religion, common religion. We're seeing, hey, we all come together for these events, athletic events, so maybe we build friends, right? Say we all come to Olympics. Say these three are one city-state, these three are one city-state, you four are one city-state, 3, right? We're all separate, but we all come together. Okay, so every 4 years we all come together. Okay, we compete against each other. Maybe we talk to each other. We say, hey, how's your city-state going, right? We're getting to know each other as these Olympic Games are happening. Okay, there's a common language, common religion, and we're quiet. Okay, and then we have these common competitions. Okay, competitions obviously push, but they also build people together. Okay, so we're going to see the rise of Greek cities in this. Shh, Gabby and Lena, quiet. Okay, Greek cities rapidly grew beyond the land that could support. Okay, people moved to begin Greek colonies in Thrace, the coast of the Black Sea, southern Italy, Gaul, North Africa, and Spain. This is all going to happen in the 700s BC. It was good. Okay. Okay, but because Greeks are going to be growing and rising, okay, so when we're going to see it throughout history, when people rise and they grow stronger and they become something larger, okay, it also brings what? It brings attention and other people wanting to conquer and rule their land. All right, so that's going to lead to some conquering times. All right, make sure we're paying attention, okay, doing our notes. All right, the Greek colony of Lydia were the first to be conquered by Cyrus the Great of Persia. Okay, Lydia was conquered by Cyrus the Great. Okay, Cyrus the Great also conquered Ionia. Okay, but neither the Ionians nor the mainland of Greeks welcomed the Persians. They did not want them. Okay, so they didn't want them this whole time. Around 700 BC is when they came in. Okay, but in 499 BC we see that they revolted. The people of Lydia, they revolted against the Persians, but as they're revolting, they were crushed by the next leader of the Persians, Darius the First.
That's depressing. Greek was just mind me of something.
It's true.
They just got,
It's true.
it's like, the root gang by they
Per-
got DDoS by
Persians just came in and destroyed them. I have no idea.
Are you serious? When you're on Xbox and you get
Huh?
DDoS.
No, Lydia was the first. That's why it's up there. Lydia was the first. Shh. Okay, so we're going to see Darius the First, which is the Persian king who demanded that the mainland of Greeks to submit to him. Okay, so these people of Ionia and probably others, okay, these Greeks are like, no, we won't serve you. Okay, so Darius the First is like, well, you don't have a choice. Okay, so he destroys them, he crushes them, and then he demands that the mainland of Greece, of the Greeks, submit to him. Say, hey, I rule you. I overpower you. Okay, but with this, okay, again, we saw Greek, they were starting to come together, yes? Okay, through all these things. Okay, and now they all have a common enemy, the Persians. So this is going to bring some kingdoms or some city-states to come together and create an alliance with some of these countries or areas, city-states, are Athens, Eretria, Sparta. These are the three main ones. I'm sure there were others, okay, but these are the three we know. Shh. Okay, they refused Darius's command. Adrian, make sure your mask on in the classroom. Sophia and Jaden as well. Okay, this is going to lead, okay, so the rebellion of the Greeks, especially these people, okay, this is going to lead to, obviously, some wars. We're going to see the Greco-Persian Wars. The Greco-Persian Wars. This began in the summer of 490 BC when Darius sent a fleet of 600 ships with 25,000 troops or men to Greece.
Why don't they just have Zeus?
Because he's fake.
Zeus is pretty weak. Yeah, I think it was
Okay, we got a few more notes to get through, so let's pay attention. Okay, we're going to go through some. These next ones are going to be bullet points, okay, going through basically briefly through this time of history of these Greco wars. Okay? My bad, Jesse. My bad. Greco. I'm going to say Greco, though. I'm sorry. It's just what I'm going to say, man. Eretria was quickly defeated by the Persians. So the first of the three main people to refuse, okay, they were taken first. With this, the Persians landed at the place of Marathon, okay, which was about a day's march northeast of Athens. And the Athenians won at this place, or the Battle of Marathon. Okay, so the Athenians stopped the Persians at the time. Okay, maybe they lost some troops, they retreated. But 10 years later, okay, someone even more famous to us and is mentioned a lot in the Bible, 10 years later, Darius' son. Okay, a lot of times when you defeat one person, their relative, son, brother, someone comes back with a bigger army. All right, so we see 10 years later, Darius' son, Xerxes the First, or also known as, we see in the Bible, Ahasuerus. He was determined to conquer Greece. He was determined. After this battle of Marathon and the Persian army losing more than 6,000 men and retreating, okay, we see the rise of Xerxes the First, Darius' son. Okay, so vast was Xerxes' army that only a portion of it could sail by ship. The rest had to march all the way to Greece. Okay, while the Persians lost time building special pontoon bridges across the Hellespont, the Spartans organized an alliance of 30 cities to oppose the invasion. The Persian hordes met the Greeks in 480 BC. Shh, guys in the back left. Takes more than one person to tango. All right, so we're going to see them meet at this place of Thermopylae. Okay, the Persians met the Greeks at Thermopylae, which was a narrow mountain pass in central Greece near the Aegean Sea.
Met them at where?
Thermopylae. There's a mountain pass. Thermopylae. Okay, this is a place where, okay, obviously the Greeks they weren't completely ready, so they're kind of retreating. Okay, they find this narrow pass and they say, hey, we have to make a stand. Okay, a lot of us are going to get away, but we have to make a stand here. Obviously, a lot of us know this story a little bit. Okay, so they make this stand at Thermopylae, which was a narrow mountain pass in central Greece by the Aegean Sea. Okay, as they're fighting, okay, so they're fighting, okay, they're using this narrow mountain pass to their advantage in a way where, okay, the Persian army is large, yes, but only a few people could fight at one time. Okay, so the Spartans used this to their advantage. Spartans were very crafted in the art of fighting. They were great warriors. Okay, so they used this to the advantage. But they were strong. They're strong fighters. I'm not saying they're good at anything else, but they're good at one thing, fighting. Okay, the Greeks were able to hold off the Persian invaders for 3 days. Okay, we learned, okay, 300 men led by Leonidas held off these men for 3 days before a Greek trader showed the Persian forces a way over the mountain. Okay, so then obviously they got to the front and the back. These 300 men died, and the Persians could then move on. But those 3 days gave the rest of the Greek people time to flee, to spread out, to retreat to different places that we're going to talk in a second, like the island of Salamis, or Salamis, however you say it.
Salami?
Not Salami. All right, but like I just mentioned, okay, because this Greek person betrayed, all these people died, but Leonidas, you're going to want to underline that and know that. Leonidas.
Real, bro?
Shh. What?
He's real?
Yes, he's real.
Oh.
Leonidas was the Spartan leader who held off the Persians with only 300 men. Shh. Quiet. Okay, this is going to lead. Okay, so lots of the Greeks. Guys, I'm going to start handing out demerits. We're just talking. Let's go. Okay, so the Greeks retreated, they got away, okay, but the Persians obviously are still pursuing them. Remember, what was Xerxes' goal? What is Xerxes' the first goal? To conquer all of Greece. Okay, he defeats the Spartans, and he's going after them. All right, and he's going to run into the Athenians at this place of Salamis. Okay, when the Persians got to Athens, okay, they destroyed Athens. All right, so the Athenians had to retreat as well. Okay, but the Athenians are going to finally stand at this place of Salamis. Okay, they were discovered that the Persians discovered that the citizens had fled to the island of Salamis. Themistocles tricked Xerxes into fighting. Okay, we're going to see, okay, again, Xerxes is like his only goal, conquer all, defeat all, obliterate all. All right, he wasn't very smart in his tactics. He's just kind of like, I have way more men, way more ships, way more power. I'm just going to overrun you. All right, so we're going to see the Athenians using that in their advantage under Themistocles. Okay, so remember they have ships, right? They had many ships. They have many warriors, a lot. I think it's over like 250,000 soldiers, maybe more than that. I can't really remember the exact amount. And there's over like 3,000 ships. Okay, so maybe there's like 2,500,000. I can't remember. There's a lot of soldiers, and there's like 3,000 ships on this Aegean Sea. Okay, and so what this Themistocles used, he tricked Xerxes into chasing after them, okay, and they fought in a naval battle in this narrow strait between the mainland and island of Salamis. Okay, we're going to see the Greeks made these smaller boats, which allowed them to outmaneuver the Persian fleet, and this allowed them to sink many of the large Persian ships. Okay, so the Athenians and these Greeks now controlled the waters. Okay, they control the waters, although there's still a lot of soldiers on land, but they control the waters. Okay, and Xerxes is watching this all from a mountain. He can see the Aegean Sea, see his soldiers pursuing. Okay, at this battle of Salamis, it was the first major naval battle in history. Okay, because of Themistocles and the defeat of the Persians, because they outmaneuvered them, most of the Persian army retreated. The remaining Persian army was defeated, so obviously not everyone could retreat. Maybe some people were trapped, some people still wanted to fight, but the remaining Persian army was defeated at the Battle of Plateau in 479 BC. Okay, this Xerxes' defeat in Greece was a turning point in world history. Okay, it placed an absolute limit on the westward expansion of the Persian army. Okay, Xerxes just wanted to conquer, rule. He was trying to spread his empire as large as it could be. Okay, this marked the limit. Okay, people are going to know from here on out that the Greeks can stand up for themselves. All right, that they were a strong people to reckon with. Okay, that's where we're going to stop today. Okay, getting into this beginning time of how Greek, we're seeing them slowly become a strong empire themselves. All right, how they came together. And they're going to have some civil battles in that of government and rulership. Okay, but that's where we're going to head off today. Homework for tonight. Homework for tonight is page 72. Let's go page 72, 2 through 8, even. Page 72, 2 through 8, even. Okay, distant learners, let me know if you guys need anything. Thank you for throwing your name in the chat. Looks like everyone was here. Yep, looks like everyone's here. Hopefully you guys are doing well. If you have any questions, let me know. We'll see you tomorrow. Everyone else in here,
All right, welcome to geometry. We're going to get started this morning. We left off yesterday with telling you guys to make sure these are all written, so if you didn't do that, distance learners, make sure you go back and take care of that. It was left on the screen for a length of time yesterday, but we're going to get right into exercise 2.4, number 3. Exercise 2.4, number 3. In the figure, triangle ABC is isosceles where BC is equal, or sorry, where AC is equal to BC. Let's make sure we're not talking, please. Thank you. Also, AD is equal to BE, and each is perpendicular to AB. We're to prove a few things. First of all, that R is equal to A, and then, or sorry, angle R equals angle A, that triangle ADC is congruent to triangle BEC, and angle D is equal to angle E. All right, so let's go through here and figure out our plan of attack. So, first of all, everything looks labeled, okay? So that's correct. And we're told that we're trying to prove, first of all, that this angle here, oh, dirt. Turn on the pen. This angle needs to be proven angle to this angle. Let's make sure we're not talking.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, then we're going to try to prove the two side triangles congruent. Now, if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing, do you see that if I prove angles R and A congruent, I can just next step prove the two triangles congruent because I already have two sides, and they would be the matching angles. Okay, so because I can do that, and then finally proving angle D to equal to angle E, well, that'll just be CPCTE once we prove the triangles congruent. All right, so there's our analysis. We've gone through and figured out what we're doing. And now in this proof in particular, you guys have the entire proof filled in. Okay. So now we just need to get the reasons, okay? We got to have a reason to justify everything. So first of all, our given is that triangle ABC is isosceles, where AC equals BC, and basically everything we just said. So angle BAD and angle ABE are right angles. Why? Definition of perpendicular. I'm just going to put reasons on the screen because you guys have the rest. So definition of perpendicular.
That's a 3. The next one is supposed to be a 3.
That is a 3. Look, guys. All right. Angle BAD is equal to angle R plus angle BAC, and angle ABE is equal to angle A plus angle ABC. Why? Whole is equal to the sum of all its parts. Whole equals sum of all parts. Wow, apparently I'm struggling to write today. All right, number 4, angle BAD equals angle ABE. Why?
Substitution.
Nope.
Ah, shoot.
Vertical angles.
Subtraction.
What vertical angles do we have?
Subtraction.
If you look at it from the top.
No. And no.
All right angles are equal.
Yep, they're right angles, guys. All right angles are equal.
Come on, man. You only give it to them.
What?
Well, because they give me the right answers.
Okay,
All right.
so
Number 5. Then angle R plus angle BAC must be equal to angle A plus angle ABC. Why?
Addition.
No.
Substitution.
Substitution.
Aha! That's what I said, but I said it too early.
Okay. We went through in step 3, established whole equal to sum of all parts. Step 4, we showed that the wholes are equal. So then in step 5, we were able to say the parts were equal. Okay. Again, substitution. Number 6. We have angle BAC is equal then to angle ABC.
ID.
Nope.
No.
No, we have no congruent triangles yet. Okay, number 6 is saying that this angle here is equal to this angle here.
How is it? Whole is equal to the sum of all its parts.
Nope. No, we're not proving triangles congruent.
You can't do CPCTE until after.
Does it look like this class makes sense to me? Exactly.
Not quite. It's an isosceles triangle.
The middle one?
Yeah, that's what we're told. Triangle ABC is isosceles.
It's an isosceles triangle, so two angles are the same, right?
Yeah. Base angles of an isosceles triangle equal, or the way we tend to word it in this class, angles opposite equal sides in a triangle
So theorem
are equal. Yes.
Wait, couldn't we use base angles in an isosceles triangle?
Yeah, either way would work. No, the way that wording is typically the one I grab.
Why?
It's the most flexible. I don't have to go through and state this triangle is isosceles first. Now, that was given to us, so it wasn't a big deal. But in other triangles, once I've proven two sides equal, does that make sense? I don't even have to state that it's an isosceles triangle if I just use this wording.
Should I just use the base one? Because
It doesn't matter. All right, then angle R equals angle AY. Okay, no, hold on. Before y'all start trying to figure this out, we haven't used this one yet. Okay, so I just realized this. So we have R plus BAC equals A plus ABC. I've established that BAC and ABC are equal. Okay, so now if I had R plus BAC equals A plus ABC, and now I have angle R equals angle A, what have I done?
Can you repeat that one more time? I was writing something. Oh.
Subtraction. I've done subtraction. I've subtracted equals from equals. Through math? All right, because we had R plus angle R equals angle B plus BAC is equal to angle A plus angle ABC. And then we went through and proved that this angle equals this angle, so we subtracted them to get to this step.
Question. So, what is the difference between angle, side angle, and side angle, side? Yeah.
Side angle side, you have a side, an angle, and a side. An angle side angle, you have angle, and then a side, and then an angle. Huh? No.
No, this is SAS.
This is SAS. Because we have side, angle, side, side, angle, side. So then we have SAS.
That's what I said before.
I was still on step 7.
Whatever. CBCT is next one.
Yes.
Basically, if there's ever anything after SAS or ASA,
Not always, so be careful.
I know, but I'm like basically.
All right, makes sense? So far, so good?
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, there's 2 more.
We have one left.
2.
Two left.
All right, on to number 5.
We can do it, Mr. S. Do it. No.
Okay, well, I could, but like,
We'll understand.
let's, no.
We'll figure out a way.
If two isosceles triangles are constructed on the same base, so for example, in the diagram here, AB is the base of 2 different triangles, okay? You have ABD, that's one triangle, and ABC, that's the other triangle, okay? The line connecting C and D is just there for help, so we can actually use it later.
What are the 2 triangles again?
The whole big one, and then this little guy.
OBC.
Does that make sense? All right. Now we're trying to prove that the line joining the 2 vertices forms 2 congruent triangles. So I'm trying to prove this triangle congruent to this triangle. I know the yellow triggers people. Too bad. All right. Does that make sense? I really need to go in and adjust the color yellow that it's there because I can actually set what colors they are. But all right. Does that make sense? Okay. So those are the 2 triangles we're trying to prove congruent. We're told that ABC and ADB are isosceles. So first of all, you have our given, okay, where basically I'm saying that this side equals this side and this side equals this side by, definition of isosceles. So we're just writing it as given. Okay? Does that make sense? Number 2, we have then angle BAD. BAD. Okay, so must equal angle ABD. So this angle here must equal this angle here, okay? And, let me grab this. This angle here must equal this angle here.
Is it angles opposite?
No, base angles.
Yes.
Wait, no, I thought it was base angles. And
Yes, they're the same theorem. Yeah, they're the same thing.
We got it.
Oh, it's 'cause
You both are correct. Yeah.
Theorem 3 then. Could we just put theorem 3?
Yeah.
No, you guys need to write it out.
Dang it.
I know, right?
Again, no writing theorem numbers. At the beginning, it seems a lot easier. Trust me when I say it's not toward the end.
What I did is I just wrote that and then printed it, but theorem 3.
That's fine for reference. Yeah, that's fine. Just that can't be your only statement or only reason because I won't go back and look it up. All right, so angles opposite equal sides in a triangle are equal, so that makes those base angles equal. All right, so number 3 then angle ABC is equal to angle ABD plus angle DBC, sorry. So basically this angle equals up here plus down here, okay? And same thing on the other side, huh? Yep, whole equals the sum of all its parts. Whole equals sum of all parts.
CD equals CD. Huh? I did.
No, we don't need it.
Shoot!
Bisect thing? Like,
Actually, okay, let me just stop right there. It's a good thing to see. And normally, yes, absolutely, we wouldn't even have to fiddle with angles. We haven't proven side, side, side yet.
Side, side, side.
Yeah, side, side, side is a case of condition for congruency. We just, okay, let's not. But side, side, side does prove congruency, okay? We just haven't proven that it works yet, so we can't use it. So you're right, this proof would be a lot shorter if we just did by side, 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 because then all we'd have to say is our given, CD equals CD by identity, side to side, we're done.
Wait, side, side, side. So we haven't learned side, side, side yet.
Right, that's why we can't use it. Does that make sense? But it's a good thing that you saw it, because once we do learn it, you'll be able to see it. Does that make sense? So it's good that you're already seeing it. That was my point.
In a video game, you're not allowed to use the stuff you haven't unlocked yet.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it
When
is.
that happens.
That's a good analogy. Okay, anyway.
it takes like 3 more hours to like finish a darn level. When you just bought it in the shop.
No,
Like as soon as you
no,
finish
no.
that, then it pops up.
Mr.
All right, we're done.
Wait,
Number
wait,
4.
give it to you. Once you get to level 45, then you can potentially buy this with the money you do not have.
Right. All right, number 4. We need to come up with a step, so listen up. All right, number 4. Whoops, I started writing my reasons on the left side. That was stupid. All right, so we get to do this. Hopefully you all got it.
This one's easier than the other one.
I don't know what 4 and 5 is.
I think it's not finishing a bicycle, right?
Okay, 3.
It feels good in here. I like
Wait, what's that Sasquatch triangle thing we were talking about? Substitute?
Could it be AC equals BC? Wait, how come it's now? Is it AC equals BC by definition?
I have no idea. What?
AC equals BC definition.
No, we can't do anything else with the side. All right, so real quick, I'm just going to label some stuff real quick, because apparently when I cleared the drawing, I forgot it would erase the entire drawing. All right. All right, so there we go. There's our markings of what's equal. Number 2 we had, and I just need this for the sake of illustration.
Gabby, we're all fixing your pen all day. Keep it straight. No, he's kidding. Keep it straight.
Okay.
Is it about angle D?
So here we go. Number 4. Okay, we've stated then the large angles are equal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and the small angles are equal. So then it'd be real easy to prove the other small angles equal.
What other small angles? I don't see any.
Okay, so I'm going to mark in green what we're trying to prove.
2 angle C's? Is it the 2 angle C's? Oh, no, it's the other ones. Oh.
Because then all I have to do is subtract out the one that's known to be equal from the big one. Okay, the big ones are equals.
Subtraction, right?
Yeah, so now that's not this step. I have to do something first. I have to substitute.
Where's the number 5 step?
Number 5 will be, yes, excuse me. Number 4, hold on. Number 4. Okay, so number 4, because I have the whole equals the sum of all the parts and the holes are equal, then, or sorry, over here, the holes are equal over here, I can go through and state then the parts are equal. So angle BAD plus angle DAC is equal to angle ABD plus angle DBC. As I run right into the diagram, that's by substitution.
Angle bad plus angle DAC.
All right, then I can subtract out BAD and ABD because we said they were equal here in step 2. So after subtracting those out, angle DAC is equal to angle DBC. And so then by side angle side, oh sorry, I should go through and say subtraction here.
Oh, I was right about the substitution and subtraction thing. I said that before.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Sorry. That'll happen. You gotta push it there. All right. So by side angle side, those two triangles are congruent. That reason. Oh, here. I may as well throw it in there.
Substitution jutsu. Pop.
Watch Scissors 7 during lunch.
All right. So there we go.
Wait, you watch Naruto?
Yeah, watch it.
No, substitution jutsu.
I feel like it's way too overrated. It's a good show, but
It
it's way
is.
too
I don't
overrated.
even really like animation. I just watched it all when I was younger.
Mary gets offended by that. Get offended. Like,
All right. Everyone have it?
Yeah. 3 shouldn't even be.
Number 6, 7. I can read.
Really?
shing, shing, shing.
AM equals PM by identity. Right?
Okay. Hold on. And no, because it's not the same thing. All right. Given AC equals BC, that has been marked. No, that hasn't been marked. CE is equal to CD, and M is the midpoint of AB. Let's make sure we're not talking. Thank you. We're to prove triangle EAM is congruent to triangle DBM. So we're trying to prove this triangle congruent. You know, I'm just going to mark them both in green. To this triangle. That's the goal.
They're isosceles.
Okay? How do we know?
There's 3 triangles. Those don't matter.
What?
If you turned them like this, it would be isosceles.
Well, they're congruent, so.
No, they're isosceles.
Okay, how do you know?
Because they're isosceles.
You cannot trust the diagram. All right, so one real quick note that I'm going to point out here, okay, is that we are told that AC is equal to BC, and that's not marked on the diagram. So those two lengths,
So hard on that.
stop.
Oh my goodness.
Those two lengths are equal, okay? So I'm just demonstrating that. So that means we could really easily prove, guys, hey, so that means we can really easily prove this side congruent to this side, right?
Oh, so we have 2 sides that are,
Okay, so that's going to be kind of our goal. We're going to try to do that, okay? And so we have side or angle side angle. Well, seeing as I can get 2 sides pretty easy, I should probably aim for the opposite angles, right? Okay, so I should also be aiming to prove this angle equals this angle, so that way I can prove those 2 triangles congruent. So there's the analysis part. So let's go through this one step at a time. So first of all, we have our given in our proof. Number 2, AM equals BM, why?
Definition of midpoint.
Yes, definition of midpoint. Is it triggering anyone else that these are not the same shades of red as the one in the slide? All right,
Yeah, it's kind of figured.
oh wait, I'm colorblind.
it's going to bug you now. Number 3.
Yeah, it's kind of orange, but if you squint your
All right, angle A must equal angle B. Why?
Because you proved that the 2 sides are equal and the bottom part are equal, so those angles have to be equal.
Nope.
definition of
Opposite angles in an isosceles triangle are equal.
Yep.
Or base angles.
Angles, opposite, oops, I forgot to abbreviate angles, equal sides in a triangle are equal. All right? Yeah, sorry. Again, it gets better.
You can use base angles too, right?
Yeah, it's fine. We're told, well, no, actually. That's why we have the multiple wordings. Notice that I never say it's an isosceles triangle. Even though it is by definition, I would have to go through and say that. Does that make sense? I can't point a reason to something I haven't said. So, however, I have said that AC is equal to BC, and those are clearly part of the large triangle. Okay? So I don't need to state anything else. That's the reason for the alternate wordings.
I think I know what 4 is. Is it the sum of all its parts?
Yep, whole equals sum of all parts.
I already wrote it down. I just didn't think it was necessary to state it.
Okay.
The next one
That says parts, I promise. All right, hold on. Shh. Silence. All right, so let's just go through what that said. That was AC is equal to AE plus EC, and then BC is equal to BD plus DC. So the wholes are equal, that's given. The whole equals the sum of all its parts, so that means the parts are equal by substitution. You are correct.
and the next one is subtraction.
Please stop.
Sorry.
Let me actually get to it because I'm doing more than just trying to fill this stuff in.
Just stop talking.
All right, now we've said that EC equals CD, so since they're equals, they can be subtracted to give us step 6. so that will give us subtraction. And we've already established that we were going to use SAS. So there we go.
How did you even know I did that? I was like quietly.
All right, that is the end of test 2 materials. So here's the deal. All right, the rest of today and tomorrow are work days for you guys to work on your exercises or your practice, your homework. There we go. That's the word I want to use.
Yeah, we never have any fun days or anything. Come on.
It's all work, no play.
Please be quiet. Thank you.
Did you give us like a 3 period?
Guys, silence yourselves. It's not that hard. Thank you. Now, your homework will end on page 60. Your homework is due on Monday, and test 2 over 115 to 2.4 is also on Monday and Tuesday. All right, so you guys have that information. Your homework is due on Monday. Make sure you get it turned in on time, and then make sure you guys get your ready for your test. Your test will consist of a few parts. Let's actually go through it real quick as far as what you can expect, because this class is not like any math class you've taken. So, all right, I'm not going to give too much detail, largely because, internet. And because I don't teach the test anyway. All right, you will have a true-false section. Okay, you will have a multiple choice section. You should know the differences between axioms, theorems, corollaries, postulates, constructions, and analysis. You will have a completion section. You should be able to identify which axiom can be used in a given situation. So you should know your axioms pretty well and how to apply them. Okay, don't worry, that's multiple choice, so you guys don't have to know the exact wording. You just do need to be able to know where does each one go. All right? And that will all be closed book. In the open supplement, not a closed book. In the open supplement section, you will have 3 constructions and a proof.
Wait, so we're gonna be able to use this for proof?
Yeah, your supplement, yeah.
Oh, so we can use the supplement for proof.
Yes.
Oh, that's easy then.
All right. Real quick, go ahead and have a seat. They will be if they aren't already, okay, because I don't do trying to do them from scratch yet. Okay. So I haven't gone through and done that, but yes, it will be. All right. Any questions about that before I turn off the stream for distance learners? All right, distance learners. Next time I will be on stream is on Wednesday because of the test.
Okay. Still got a black screen. How'd that change last time? Cotton picket. I'm hooked up. That's in.
Oh my gosh, this is already happening. I'm already getting prizes. I didn't sell anything else. Ready? Okay, let's finish my neck.
Why is your neck so?
Wait, are you actually making your thing bleed? I have two at home.
Just put them on my desk.
From Liz.
Okay. Distant learners, I'm having trouble again. So bear with me.
Unless it doesn't.
Teachers only.
It's good.
I'm just gonna be the ball.
Nah, you can hold it.
There we go. Okay. Okay, everybody let's be quiet please. Shh. 10th grade. Austin. Amethyst. Amethyst, quiet down please. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, enough is enough. Okay? For those of you that come in here and sit down and are quiet all the time, thank you. Ready for class to start, thank you very much. The rest of you need to learn that. Okay, take out a piece of paper, reading quiz. Uh-huh. Tomorrow.
Is it really tomorrow? Awesome yesterday.
Okay. DLs, again, I don't know if you heard or if you heard me, whatever. Apologize for leaving you in the dark. Just walking out on you, having the class. We were in a fire drill. And I thought about telling you earlier because I knew it was coming. And I just, in the heat of the moment, just walked out. So I apologize for that. Looks like by all the emails or the texts that you guys sent, you guys kind of figured it out yourself. And yes, it was just a fire drill because we're still here. Okay, so moving on. We got a lot to do today. Shh. Cooperation is of the utmost importance. 10th grade, please. Cooperation. Adrian, turn around. Is Ricky not here anymore? Did he leave?
Ricky's in the bathroom on his shoulder.
Okay. Here's your quiz. He's not here. He won't get to take this. Don't get extra credit. Shh. Enough talking. I think that's probably 5, 6 times. Okay?
Yeah, 'cause dark is always here. No matter what.
ignores like a little bit of shadow. It's already there. You know, the shadow actually.
Do your quiz, please.
The white, dark mist is white.
Right now, we're in a quiz. Anybody in here not finished? Okay. 10th grade, don't start talking, please. Boys. Austin, you done? What? Are you done? Are you done? You done? Let's go. Doug? Okay, anybody not finished? Okay, here's your answers. 3, 6, and 7 are false. Okay, Jaden? Derek? Isaac? Adam is not here. Amethyst? Austin? Maya? Jeremiah? Savannah's not here. Shh. Doug? Sophia? Lillian? Lena? 7? Adrian? Gabby? Lacey? Jesse? Ricky? And Avery. Okay. See if we can get into this today and get these done. Okay? Because tomorrow we do have, we're trying to get our tests taken tomorrow, so, or at least started. Okay, review. What are the devices for doing work? Machines. What is work put into a simple machine? Work input. I think I heard something over there. Okay. What is work obtained from the machine? Work output. What is the number of times a machine multiplies the input? Nope. What is that? What is the number times? What's the title of all this? Not an amount. No. M.A. M.A. Mechanical advantage. Okay. What is the mechanical advantage under ideal conditions? Okay. What is the multiplication of the input force that machines provide? I don't have an answer for that one. I don't know why. But I think it is AM. I think it's AMA. Okay. Next question. What's the ratio of work output to the work input?
WIWO.
Has the odd end.
WI.
Huh?
W.
No. Has the odd end for its symbol.
WO equals
Oh, that weird end. Weird end.
That's what I just said.
Oh.
It has the weird end. Which stands for
Newtons.
efficiency.
So
Okay? So, let's talk about these 6 simple machines. Okay? Starting with the lever. A lever, not liver. A lever is a simple machine consisting of a rigid bar or beam resting upon a pivot. Okay? Now that lever could be of any sort, just that it's resting on a beam or bar, board, whatever, resting on a pivot. Okay? So here you've got a hammer, you've got the wheelbarrow, you got the teeter-totter, you got the shovel, and a crowbar, okay, in this picture. The pivot upon which the beam rests is what we call the fulcrum of the level.
You just touched my fulcrum.
exactly. It sounds inappropriate.
Okay, thanks, Giselle and Andrew. Got it. Okay, so that's called the fulcrum. That's what it's resting on. Okay, shh. Here's just a type of lever, the screwdriver. That's a type of lever, or a seesaw, I should say, type of lever. Levers are classified according to where that input is and output forces are in relation to the fulcrum. Okay, so you have 3 kinds: Class A, Class B, Class C. Okay, so or Class 1, 2, and 3. Excuse me. Class 1 lever is the lever in which the input and output force are on opposite sides of the fulcrum. Okay. Now, you've got your input arm. I'm going to kind of move a little quickly today, okay, because I want to make sure we get this done. Input arm is the part of the lever from the fulcrum to the input. Okay? It's whoever is making the force, giving the input to the machine, okay? That's what we call in the input area. Okay? So if you're on a teeter-totter and you're pushing down, then from you to the fulcrum is the input part of it. Okay? Or the hammer. It's the handle parts, that's the input force. Yes?
What is the difference between a load arm and an effort arm? Does that mean that the load arm is the side what the load is on, and the effort arm is the side of pushing down?
Load and effort? Is that what you said?
Yeah. What? On the picture.
Oh, on the picture.
So, like,
Yeah.
the load arm would be the part somebody's sitting on, and the effort arm is the person who's like.
The effort is the input part. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so then your output is just the opposite side. It's opposite the fulcrum of where the input's going. Okay? So you got the output coming out of it. Now, if the input arm is longer than the output arm, the force has to be multiplied. Okay? Because it's going to take harder for this 2x4, okay? Picture this 2x4, and you're trying to pick up a 5-pound rock over there, okay? And you want to get close to it so you can lift it up. Well, since you have a long arm, input arm to work with, you're going to have to put a lot of force behind that arm to lift that rock, okay? So that's what we're talking about here. If the arm of the input arm is longer than the output, then the force has to be multiplied. You have to put more force into it to get it to move. If the input arm is shorter than the output arm, your speed has to multiply. Okay? So longer arm, you're pulling down, you're cranking it down. With the smaller arm, you're pushing it down quickly, to get that leverage accomplished. A class 1 lever always reverses the direction of the input force. Okay? So you're pushing down here, you're pulling up on the output. So it's always opposite of what you're doing. Examples, you got your pliers. Okay? You got your scissors. There's always a reaction. Opposite reaction there. You got the hammer with a crowbar type thing, pulling the nail out of the wood. You got a opposite reaction going on. Your second class is a lever in which the fulcrum is at one end of the lever, the input is applied at the other end, and the output is between the input and the fulcrum. Okay? So, picture there of second class levers. You've got your balance. Okay? Kind of an odd, you don't generally use this, but you got a board sitting over here, or the fulcrum on one end, you got the board sitting on top of it, and you got the weight in the middle, but you're pushing up on one end. Okay? That's your input force. Okay? The wheelbarrow, same thing. You're lifting up. Your fulcrum is the wheel. Okay? So that's the idea of the second. It's kind of odd shaped in some aspects. And third is even going to get a little bit more odd in its shape, but you got to get this perspective that you're lifting up on one end and the fulcrum is on the other end. A class 3. The lever in which the fulcrum is at one end of the lever, the output at the other end, and the input force is applied between the fulcrum and the output. Okay? For example, you've got your elbow. That's the fulcrum. But where are you going with it? Okay? You've got a broom. Okay? You're at one end of the broom, but yet it's down here at the fulcrum. You've got your fly swatter, same thing. Fulcrum here and the input on the opposite side, okay? So, with these, here's your formulas. The formula for the ideal mechanical advantage of a lever is this. IMA equals input distance divided by the output distance, or DI divided by DO, okay? Input, so you also got this, your input arm divided by your output arm, radius I, over radius output. Okay? So those are your two formulas. Then you go to the wheel and the axle. Okay? Simple machines in which a force is applied to rotate a wheel on an axle, like an automobile steering wheel, a doorknob, a screwdriver, a bicycle pedal, okay, are just some examples there. You have your crank there, but you're turning it, causing the motion in the middle to change to direction of whatever object you are trying to move. The formula for the ideal mechanical advantage of the wheel and axle is the same, only it's the same as the input arm one, but it's input radius divided by output radius. Okay, so you're using the same formula, you're just changing terminology in here. Okay, any questions about all that? Did you miss anything? Okay. AMA and efficiency of a wheel and axle are similar to those of a lever. Thus, we've got the same type of formula. Okay? Okay. The next is the pulley. Simple machine consisting of a wheel over which a rope or a cable passes. Okay? Easy way to lift something up. Okay? By putting a rope over a tree limb, putting a rope over some kind of a bar, a stable bar, and pulling down on the rope will lift that object a whole lot easier than just trying to go over there and lift it up yourself, especially if it's a pretty heavy object. Your pulley is just like that. It has that little groove in there where the wheel or the rope is not going to slide out. Okay? There's three kinds of pulley arrangements. You start off with the fixed pulley. It's where the pulley does not move with the load but merely reverses the direction of the input force without multiplying it. Okay, so like the picture on the left, you have that the pulley is established to the roof or to that board at the top. Okay, so the pulley's not going to move, the rope is moving the wheel on the pulley. Okay, so that's why they call it a fixed one. On the other hand, you have what's called a movable pulley, where it's directly attached to a moving load. Generally, you have two pulleys at least involved here. So in this case, you're pulling on the right at the C level, at the C spot, and the weight is over there by B, and you're pulling it up to make it easier to get it into your load there where, okay? So large objects, more of your larger objects, your odd shaped objects usually have this, but you do have a movable pulley, okay? And then third, if you've ever seen this, it's a block and tackle pulley, where you have a lot of pulleys together, okay? And you'll generally see this on sailing ships or boats that would have a sail, and they are using this as they crank that sail up, okay, by using all these pulleys. Okay, yes?
Apart from ships, what else was those used for?
Right offhand, I can't think, but ships is the one that really comes to my mind here. Okay, I can't think about that. Maybe a car engine, a mechanic might use a car engine or a pulley like this for a car engine. Okay, this or at least the second one, the movable pulley. Okay, for a car engine to lift it up out of the car. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so practice 3.5b. If a 260 Newton is lifted with rock was lifted with a lever having an IMA, ideal mechanical advantage, of 4.0, how much force would be exerted under ideal conditions? So all you're doing is F, the force, equals MA. So the mass is 260 divided by the 4, giving you 65 newtons for this. Okay, that's going to stay up here on the next slide, so I'm just going to move on. Over what distance would this force have to be exerted if the rock is to be lifted 0.50 meters? So you're going to look at it this way. IMA equals distance in input over distance output. So you're trying to find the DI. The IMA is 4 from the previous wording. So since the DI and 0.50, the output, are in a division problem, all you're going to do is take the 4, the IMA, multiply it times the IMA, and multiply it times the 0.50, the distance of output, and you're going to come up with DI of 2 meters. Okay? Guys, I don't know why are you talking over there? Please stop. Okay, ready? Okay, practice number 2. What if the IMA of a 1.5 broom is, or what is the IMA of a 1.5 broom if it is held at the very top and the input force is applied 60 meters below the end of the handle? So you're going to look at it this way. IMA equals radius input divide radius output. 60.60 is your input radius, 1.5 is the output radius, and therefore you're going to come up with 0.40 for your answer. Okay, everybody done with this one? Anybody not? Okay, number 3. What if the IMA of a wheel and axle, why? What is the IMA of a wheel and axle if the input radius is 26 centimeters and the output radius is 2 centimeters? Okay, the same kind of formula. Radius input divided by radius output. Coming up with 13 for your IMA. Okay? Everybody done? Okay, number 4. If a helicopter rotor has an input radius of 5.0 and an output radius of 4 meters, what is its IMA? So you're going to use the same kind of formula. Radius input over radius output. Okay? But now, look at the third step. We have to change this from centimeters to meters. Okay? Because we have two difference. So we're going to multiply it by the ratio of what 1 meter is to how many centimeters. Okay? When you do that, then you come up with 0.0125 or 0.013 multiple speed. Okay, so watch your symbols, watch your units, make sure you are in the same kind of unit for your answer. Okay. Five divided by 4 would give you 1.25, but you still have to then divide it by 100 to get the answer. Okay? Okay, now, the second part to that question is, what is its AMA? Okay? And you are right. Force output divided by force input, okay, gives you your 2 for the answer. Okay, guys are doing good. We're moving along. Hopefully not overly fast, but yeah, I really would like to get this done today. Okay, I know. So let me do it. Let me do it. Okay? Adrian, you done? Adrian? Adrian, you done? Yes? Adrian, yes? Okay. Okay. Let's go to the last category here, your inclined plane, your machine. That's just your sloping surface that allows an object to be raised without lifting it straight up.
So did we just skip
Okay?
number 5? Or like number 4? Because I don't think that we did that at all.
Yeah, we did do
Yeah,
five.
number 5.
A block and then a tackle rope with 8 segments supporting a load.
Yeah, we're going to just skip it because I don't have it.
Who cares? Let's just get these notes done so that we can all live our lives.
Okay,
So just cross out time so you don't get confused.
but we're not. Okay. The formula for an inclined plane, DI over DO. Length versus height. It's page what? 77? Okay, we'll just continue on, but I'll look at my book and see what I have for it. Okay. C. The inclined plane allows an object to be moved along its surface with a smaller force than would be required to directly lift it. Okay? That's why we use it. He would never get that wheelbarrow of sand or whatever it is up into the truck or window if he didn't have the plane. Same thing goes along with this, the wedge. Okay? A special form of inclined plane that modifies the applied force and directs it to the wedge. Okay? Okay, there was number 5, so I'll write the formula, write it on the board, okay? My apologies for that. So we'll do that right at the end. Let's get all the notes done. Matter of fact, I don't think we will because we got practices. Okay? What do we got? A half a page? Screw. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I'll tell you, no, we'll start it tomorrow. DLs, here's what I'm going to do because I got to make it easier for you too. I will put number 5 on a PowerPoint and have that ready for you tomorrow, first part of class tomorrow. And same with the class here. So what we're going to do right now is just call it quits for this hour. And we will finish the notes before we start taking the test. Okay? And then we'll get the test going tomorrow. Okay? It will be open book. And for the DLs, you did my open books last year, so we'll be doing the same type of format where I'll have it on the PowerPoint and let you work that way. I prefer that you not use your study guides tomorrow on your test. Okay? Austin? Prefer that you not use your study guides tomorrow for the test, mainly because I took the classes away from them. So use your notes, use your book, but putting you on your honor not to use your study guides, okay? That would just make it a little too easy for the test. Okay? So, excuse me. That's going to conclude today. Again, we'll pick this up tomorrow in class before we take our test. Okay? So have a great day. Have a great evening. Tune in tomorrow as we finish about the wedges. I didn't say wedgies, I said wedges. Have a good day.
All right, welcome to Algebra 1. We're going to get started. We are in 2.7. 2.7, we've already gone through and talked about this. So distance learners, if you guys need to, go back and look at yesterday. Or there's no distance learners. What am I doing?
Savannah.
Oh, Savannah's out today. Okay, that's right. Okay, so you guys are just working on practice 2.7 blue. Wait, that can't be right.
No, it's all.
It's all. 2.7 all. Practice 2.7 all problems. No, I was getting there. Don't worry. Okay. Practice 2.7 all problems. That is today's classwork and homework. Again, if you guys need to see it gone through, you need to just go through yesterday's video because I'm not going to go through it again today. Whole point for today is give you guys a chance to work on it. All right. See you guys later.
Okay, todos tienen su versículo. You have your verse? Okay. Lo voy a leer. I'm going to read it for you. Y después usted repite, ¿ok? So yo lo leo primero, después ustedes repiten. Ok, Santiago 3, 6a. Y la lengua es un fuego, un mundo de maldad. Ok, let's say it together. Santiago 3, 6a. Y la lengua es un fuego, un mundo de... Ok, again. De nuevo, repita. Okay, you guys need to be repeating, okay? Okay, de nuevo. Repiten de nuevo. Santiago. Y la lengua es un fuego, un mundo de maldad. De nuevo, Santiago. Okay, this one it says James 3:6a, and the tongue is a fire, a world of iniquity. Okay, let's say in Spanish again. Repítalo. Santiago. Okay, Juan 14:6. Okay, Efesios 4, 5 y 6. Okay, de nuevo. Efesios 4, 5 y 6. Una fe, un bautismo, un Dios y Padre de todos, el cual es y por y en todo. Ooh, we're struggling with that one. Okay, let's say Efesios again. Y después Santiago, okay? Efesios. Un bautismo, un Dios y Padre, el cual es y por todo, en todo y por todo. Por todos y en todo. Sobre todos y en todos. Ok. Santiago 3, 6a. Santiago. Okay. How many of you have your test? Do you have it with you? Okay, go to the true and false if you have your test. Did I not give it to you? I didn't find it, but I know I graded it.
Okay.
I'll have to look for it again, but I didn't find it. I'll have to check again, but your grade's already on my schoolworks.
Jen's not here. Could you just tell me, or?
Your grade?
Yeah, because Jen's not here.
Come to my classroom
Okay.
afterwards. Okay, go to the true and false section. Okay, Who has their test? ¿Quién tiene su test? Okay. Léeme el número 1. The true and false. True and false.
No, the true false. When you make a statement in Spanish, you use an upward intonation pattern.
Okay. So when you make a statement in Spanish, it says you make an intonation pattern. That is false. Okay. You do not have an intonation part. Usually when I hear people trying to speak Spanish and they only speak English, they think just because they raise their voice, it's going to change the word. It doesn't change it, okay? Just because you're trying to get a higher pitch doesn't mean it's going to change anything, okay? Have you ever heard someone, like, they try to speak Spanish and they change their voice? I'll make an example. Usually I hear people trying, like, have you ever heard the song, I may never, what's it called? What's that song? It's for kids. Yeah, I would never march in the infantry. There's a version, like, in Spanish. So, yeah. So usually Hispanics, what we notice is they try to do this, okay? Listen up. Their song, they just in Spanish, I think. I may never take a trip to Mexico. They can never sing it like normal, okay? They do this. I may never take a trip to Mexico. So just because you change the tone of your voice doesn't mean that makes like any difference, okay? So the same. When you make a statement in Spanish, you do not need to raise your voice. You do not need to make any changes, if that makes sense, okay? Okay, number 2. Lacey, can you read number 2 for me, please? Before S? Okay. To make a statement negative, you place no right before S, okay? And I'll put this in the board. Okay. Okay, if you can see it, let's read it together, okay? No. Okay, what does this mean, Rick? What is it? You're close, but it's no es el libro. It's not the book, okay? So to make a sentence negative, you put no right before S. If you take no, okay, if you take no, what does it say now? Read it for me. S. So if when we had the no, okay, when we had the no, what did it say? It's not the book. Now that we don't have the no, read it for me. It's the book. So read it in Spanish. Es el libro. Okay, every time you want to make it negative, you'll switch to no es el libro, okay? Number 3. Avery, read it for me, please. You don't have your test? Who else have their test? Douglas? True and false, 3.
Make a question with S and lower the intonation at the end of the sentence.
To make a question with S, it says lower the intonation at the end of a sentence, okay? Let's do this. Okay, let's read it together. Can everyone see it? Can you guys see it? Okay, let's read it together. Okay, ese libro. This is how it's going to work. When we, yes.
This is a Spanish question, but how can we put the question mark upside down?
Because in Spanish, we start with a question mark. Okay? Every time in Spanish, when you're going to ask a question, we use a question mark upside down, okay? Same with the exclamation points. You'll see, like, if someone is making an exclamation, like, oye, you're going to start with an exclamation point upside down. And then, yeah, in English, we don't use it, but in Spanish, we put it on the front. Okay, es el libro. So the intonation or the accent, you're going to put it on the beginning, okay? When you ask a question with es. Es el libro, es el cuaderno, es tu cuarto. So you're going to put it always in the beginning. Otherwise, it's going to sound es el libro, okay? So it doesn't sound right, okay? It doesn't make sense. So when you ask a question with es, you put the accent where? In the beginning, okay? So let's read it together. Es el libro. Okay, together? Es el libro. Okay. Now, 4, I think it is. Yeah? Victoria, can you read it for us? I think so, yeah.
When answering a question negatively, you state no twice in the Spanish statement.
Okay. My question is, ¿es el libro? But if you're trying to answer a negative question, like, okay, no, it is not the book. In English, you never use double negatives, right? But in Spanish, we do. Don't ask me why, but we do. So, if I want to say, no, it's not the book, or it is not the book, you'll say, read it with me all together. No es el libro. Okay? Read it with me, okay? Ready? No es el libro. In English, you'll never do double negatives, okay? It doesn't make sense. No, this isn't the book? Yes. So, no, this isn't the book, okay? So, everyone with me? No. So, in Spanish, every time, okay, or no es la biblioteca. No es el gimnasio, okay? So if you're trying to say, no, it's not the gym, no, it is not the library, you'll say, no es, okay? Give me another example. Jeremias? Okay, but say like, okay, no. Okay, so if I ask you, si te pregunto, ¿es la biblioteca? No es la biblioteca. Okay, number 20. Noah, can you read it for us, please? You don't have your book? I mean your test? Oh, Jesse, can you read number 20 for us?
To make a statement negative, you place no directly after the verb.
Okay. What is it? No, it's not true. Okay? You do not put it. It says, to make a statement negatively, you place no directly after the verb. Where do you put it? We went through this. Between what? You put it between the subject and the verb, okay? I'll put an example. Gaby no come comida, okay? Okay, now, Gaby no come comida. What does that mean? You don't eat food, okay? So when we're trying to make a statement negative, we place the no where, Adrian? Where do we place the no? Okay, but this one we're talking about number 20. Between what? When we want to make a statement negative. Where do we put no?
In between the subject and the verb.
Between the subject and the verb. Okay? Okay, any questions? Any questions? No? Any questions? Yes, Jesse.
Is 19 false?
Yes, it'll be false because if you put it after the verb,
Not false.
you put false?
You marked it wrong.
Okay, circle it and give this to me. Oh, this one's false.
He has 19 though.
Oh, 19?
Yeah.
Oh, 19 is true. Yeah, I thought you were asking 20. Yeah, 19 is true. Okay, does anyone else have questions about this? No?
Yes.
Okay, let's go over our verse again, okay? Yes.
When do you use like who for like a in words?
So, okay, I'll explain that right now too. When our vowels can't be the same, they can't be the same together. So it's like redundant, like o ocho. So it has to be u ocho. Yeah, I know it's okay. Let's say our verse again, and then I'm gonna explain the multiple choice part. Okay. Okay, vamos a decir el versículo. Santiago. Okay, everyone together, todos juntos. Repitan. Okay, de nuevo. Repita. Y la lengua es un fuego, un mundo de... Okay. Who can stand and say it? Ellie. Yeah. It's super easy.
La lengua es un fuego y la la boca
No, un mundo de maldad. Gaby?
y la lengua es un fuego un mundo de maldad.
Okay, y the reference?
Santiago 3:4. No,
3.
13.
Ah. Okay. From the left side.
Adrian, no.
Adrian. Okay, since you're talking, can you tell me the verse?
Y la lengua es un fuego un mundo de maldad.
Okay, in the reference?
Santiago 3:6.
Okay, just the guys. Ready? Begin. Santiago. Okay, girls, go ahead.
Santiago 3:6. Y la lengua es un fuego un mundo de maldad.
Okay. Shh. Okay, everyone together last time.
Santiago 3:6. Y la lengua es un fuego un mundo de maldad.
Okay, you two together.
I don't know where my paper's at.
I don't know.
Adrian's your paper.
Okay, you two.
Santiago
3:6. Y la lengua es un fuego un mundo de maldad.
Okay, I need you guys paying attention to me, okay? Okay, section multiple choice. Okay, I'm going to read them to you. So, in Spanish, when you're comparing something or you're trying to make, okay, do you want this or that? They're usually if you would never use the same vowel twice, okay? I'll use the example 22. Español inglés, español y inglés. So the Y in Spanish, we use it as y or ye, okay? So usually when we're dividing or we're like comparing something, we'll use it as y. And the letter I sounds like E too, okay? So the letter I sounds like E in English, okay? So when you see the letter I, you do not say I, you say E, okay? Say E with me, everyone. E, okay? Is it talking about the letter E? No. Letter what? Y or I. So those sound the same, so they cannot be together. You have to use a different vowel to separate them, okay? So en español e inglés, or is it español y inglés? Español e inglés, okay? 21. El lápiz e la pluma, el lápiz y la pluma. What is it? So it's going to be el lápiz y la pluma, okay? 23. 7 o 8, o 7 u 8. Okay, since O and O8 have the same vowel, they cannot be together, okay? So you have to use a different vowel. So you'll use U, 7 u 8, okay? Or you can also use 7 y 8. But in this case, they're using letter U, okay? 24. El lápiz, sino la pluma, el lápiz o la pluma, okay? So it's going to be el lápiz o la pluma, okay? You'll use vowel to separate it, okay? And it's going to be the pencil or the pen, okay? And letter 25. No el lápiz, sino la pluma. Or no el lápiz, pero la pluma. Okay, no el lápiz, sino la pluma. No el lápiz, pero la pluma. Sino la pluma, okay? In this case, no el lápiz, sino la pluma is going to be not the pencil, but it's not going to be but the pen, but it's going to be not the pencil, or you can say rather or the pen, okay? So it's going to be el lápiz, sino la pluma, not no el lápiz, pero la pluma, okay? Any question about that section right now? Yes?
So do you want us to just study what we have here with the true and false, and then that's going to be on the quiz tomorrow?
Not tomorrow, but Monday.
Monday?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So on Monday, I'm giving you the chance, if you didn't like the grade on your test, I'm giving you the chance to go over the true and false, go over the, what's it called, multiple choice, and whatever you get in that grade on Monday, I'll add it to your test, okay? So it'll bump it up if you do good. If you don't, then, well, good try. Also, tomorrow you have your verse quiz, okay? So tomorrow you have Santiago, and you also have Efesios and Juan, okay? You should already know Juan, and you should already know Efesios. The only one that you're going to study is Santiago, okay? And Santiago is super short, okay? Let's say all of those verses together. Ready? Begin. Juan 14. Jesús le dijo, la verdad, nadie. Okay, Efesios. Okay, Santiago. Y- Okay, now let's review our indirect and direct articles. What are these? Yeah, I know that's what it says, but what are these? Definite, okay? What is this?
That's like a cotton. Oh, it's a cherry
What is it?
Flower.
Too specific, Ellie. ¿Qué es? ¿Qué es? Flores, okay? Use one of these together. What is it? Las flores. If I want to make it singular, what do I use? La flor, okay? Yes. La flor. La flor, okay? Okay, I have another one. This one. In Spanish. Okay, use the article. El pizarrón. And what if we have two of them? Los pizarrones. It sounds like pizarrón.
I'd be down into pizza.
Okay, this one. What is it? No. If it's bolígrafo, el. Si es la pluma, es la pluma, okay? But what do they have in the book? What word did they use in the book? Mm-hmm. Bolígrafo? So, pluma? That's what it says? Okay, la pluma, okay? Okay, everyone, that section over there. What is it? La pluma. Okay, I have a couple more. What is it? Los libros. Why is it los libros? Because it's what? Thank you. Okay. The middle section. El libro, okay? This side? La goma, okay? It looks like it. No. It looks like it, yeah. But no, it's la what? La goma. Okay. Where's my paper? What are these? What are these? Okay, read them with me. Un, una, unos, unas, okay? No, esa no es tiza. Goma. Okay, ¿cómo se dice? Una goma. ¿Cómo se dice? Unos libros. ¿Cómo se dice? Un libro. Okay, if this was the Bible, how will you say it? Una Biblia. Okay, last one. Un lápiz, okay? What is it? Okay, if it was plural? Wait, unos lápiz, okay? No unas, okay? If it was many pencils, how will you say it? Unos lapiceros. Okay, I gave you homework, didn't I? I did. I'm just gonna come around. Is it still homework? No. Okay.
No.
No.
Did you do your homework? No, I left it on Tuesday. Due yesterday. Okay, I'm just gonna come around and see if you did it, okay? Did you bring it yesterday?
I didn't read it by yesterday thinking you were going to be here because you said how it was Monday, Mondays, and Fridays.
Okay.
We wanted us to put a word to definite and indefinite.
Yeah.
I gotta get going.
Yes, you're good. La Biblia, la cinta, la tinta, los. Good job.
How do we know whether or not she's the ones with the articles with the UN or the ones with the L's?
What do you mean?
Like unas, unos. How do we know whether if we use those ones or el, las, la, those ones?
Okay, so when you use un lápiz, you're referring to those are quantities, okay? So you see on the top it says a or some. You see the difference? So it could be the. So if you're referring specifically to something, or you're being specifically about like un lápiz, just one. Or unos lápiz, that means you have several of them. You have some pencils. Okay? If you're saying the pencil, it's el lápiz.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's like the difference between a and
Exactly.
And like the, okay.
Yes. It's on your book too. It's on the top. It says a or some.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm gonna head out now because
Yeah, go ahead.
math.
I just want to see if you did it, okay? So you're
Did I
el
do it
muchacho,
wrong?
la muchacha, los what is this?
Los manual.
Okay, so if it's just one, manual es el manual.
Oh.
Okay? Los catálogos, las letras, unos plan. So plan, you see, I'm going to teach you guys how to make a plural, but this one's going to be singular, un plan. Una idea, not unas, okay?
Okay.
Because you have to add the S to it, okay?
Oh.
Un lápiz, unos compañeros.
Oh.
Okay. Cool. Un reloj, una revista, unos muchachos, una muchacha. El suelo, la mesa, los papeles, las tizas. Cool. I already checked this ones.
I accidentally did
El
all the
libro.
singular ones, then all the plural ones.
Oh, that's fine. El libro, la puerta, bye. La puerta, un dibujo, una goma, los niños, las niñas, unos papeles. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, sorry if you couldn't see today for the live stream. I'm going to be sending those notes and the sentences that we created in the classroom to you, and the verse too, okay? So tomorrow you'll have your verse quiz, and it's going to be over the 3 verses that we've already learned, okay?